label faded to gray. Past the day by 7 months, I should have thrown it away. Instead I kept opening the door, pretending the jar was fresh. Some things go bad slowly while you're managing the rest. Spoiled doesn't always smell, that's the cruel inversion. Sometimes it just looks the same with internal subversion. An expiration date does the work of warning you. Without it you'll keep eating in what's gone through. The chemistry that ends a thing without announcement. We had no date stamped on us, that was the renouncement. An expiration date does the work of warning you. Without it you'll keep eating what's gone through. The chemistry that ends a thing without announcement. We had no date stamped on us, that was the renouncement. Yeah, the renouncement. Pulled the jar out yesterday, finally, and held it to the light. The brine had clouded over while I'd been distracted by the night. Tipped it into the sink and ran the water for a minute. Some things you don't compost, some go straight to the bin. Hindsight has its own date stamp printed in retrospect. I see now where the chemistry began to disconnect. An expiration date does the work of warning you. Without it you'll keep eating what's gone through. The chemistry that ends a thing without announcement. We had no date stamped on us, that was the renouncement. An expiration date does the work of warning you. Without it you'll keep eating what's gone through. The chemistry that ends a thing without announcement. We had no date stamped on us, that was the renouncement. I won't keep the next one past the moment it turns. I won't accept the murky brine as a baseline that earns anything but the trash bin and a new jar from the shelf. I won't be the woman who eats what's spoiled to spare myself the cost of admitting it. An expiration date does the work of warning you. Without it you'll keep eating what's gone through. The chemistry that ends a thing without announcement. We had no date stamped on us, that was the renouncement. An expiration date does the work of warning you. Without it you'll keep eating what's gone through. The chemistry that ends a thing without announcement. We had no date stamped on us, that was the renouncement. Jar in the recycling bin, the fridge slightly emptier, the light inside unobstructed for the first time in 7 months. What if the red receipt is the kindest thing you sent? What if silence after seeing is a sentence intent on telling me without typing? What if that was a gift of saying nothing rather than the live? 11:38 on a Sunday, the red receipt confirmed. 11:39, the typing indicator that never returned. I watched the 3 dots appear and then disappear twice. Some hesitations are louder than the actual replies. Price the seconds between read and reply have their own gravity, long enough and they become the answer in their entirety. Why? What if the red recedes? It's the kindest thing you send. What if silence after seeing is a sentence intent? Oh, telling me without typing. What if that was a gift of saying nothing rather than a live? Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. What if the red receipt is the kindest thing you send? What if silence after seeing is a sentence intent on telling me without typing? What if that was a gift of saying nothing rather than a list? I drafted 3 responses to the silence and sent 0. The arithmetic of dignity says I'm already the hero of my own restraint. Every additional message I'd send would tilt the math the wrong way at the end. So I let the red receipt be the period at the closing of a sentence neither of us was equipped for composing. The final draft of us was your 2-second hesitation and my grown-up acceptance of the abdication. The corner booth at the Italian place on Mercer Street, hey, where you typed something and showed me, said, read this. I laughed at the joke and you watched me laugh, and that booth is where my version of you actually was before the red receipt, years before the silence got formal. What if the red receipt is the kindest thing you send? What if silence after seeing is a sentence intent? Telling me without typing. What if that was a gift of saying nothing rather than a lift? What if the red receipt was the answer all along? What if I've been waiting for words that wouldn't belong? What if your silence was the most articulate thing you'd ever deliver without typing? Did you mean for the silence to mean what it meant? Or am I building a narrative around the dent your absence left in the screen? Either way, stranded in the tide pool when the sea pulled back, holding what was left in the diminished track of water that the ocean briefly assigned my way. Stranded, holding, waiting for the tide of another day. Stranded in the tide pool when the sea pulled back, holding what was left in the diminished track of water that the ocean briefly assigned my way. Stranded, holding, waiting for the tide of another day. Another day. A rocky shoreline north of the city after the storm passed through. Pools left in the depressions where the ocean had withdrawn from view. And a moon still functioning in the brief detained reservoir. A starfish stuck to a rock, waiting for the tide to restore. Tide pools have their own ecosystem when the ocean is gone. Smaller, more contained, but functional until the sea moves on. I lived in the pool for months without realizing the scale. It shrunk from open water to a holding pattern that would fail. Stranded in the tide pool when the sea pulled back, holding what was left in the that the ocean briefly assigned my voice. Stranded, holding, waiting for the tide. Stranded in the tide pool, when the sea pulled back, holding what was left in the diminished tracks. The water that the ocean briefly assigned my way. Stranded, holding, waiting for the tide of another day. The salt on the rock, face wide in the afternoon light. The hermit crab adjusting position in the shallow brine. The water level dropping by an inch every hour. Picture the tide turning, picture the water returning, picture the pool dissolving back into the larger churning. Stranded in the tide pool, when the sea pulled back, holding what was left in the diminished track. Water that the ocean briefly assigned my way. Stranded, holding, waiting for the tide of stranded, but the tide returns, holding, but not forever, waiting, and the ocean comes back, severing the pool from the rock that contained it, returning to the larger water. The tide turning at 6 p.m. and the pool dissolving back into the bay. The starfish finally lifted back by the larger water. I'm done with the holding. A paper maker in Fabriano works the fiber by hand. Presses the watermark into the sheet while the Pope can't stand. The mark is invisible until the paper is held to light. Then the maker's signature appears embedded out of sight. Most marks are visible from any angle, any time of day. Watermarks need specific conditions to give themselves away. You left a watermark, not visible, but there. Hold me up to the right light and the pattern is clear. Most days nobody sees what you embedded in the sheet, but under certain conditions it's unmistakable. You left a watermark, not visible, but there. Hold me up to the right light and the pattern is clear. Most days nobody sees what you embedded in the sheet, but under certain conditions it's unmistakable. Complete, unmistakable, complete. You left a watermark, not visible, but there. Hold me up to the right light and the pattern is clear. Most days nobody sees what you embedded in the sheet. Watermark, watermark under the surface, complete. Watermarks can't be removed, they're built into the structure. Not printed on the surface, embedded in the moisture. The original making, the only way to clear it is to make a new sheet of paper from the start to bear it. Most marks are removable, bleach time replacement. Watermarks are permanent, that's a cruel placement. Yeah. expected to forget you the way I'd forgotten the others. Surface marks fade with sufficient time in other lovers. What I didn't expect was a watermark beneath the printing of subsequent relationships. The older signal still working through every new sheet I've laid down on top. I expected an eraser, got a permanence. I can't crawl out of the paper. Watermark, 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 embedded, not visible most days, but here federated into the structure. Box of stationery in the bottom drawer of the desk. Cream paper, navy ink, my initials in the request. You gave me the letterhead the second Christmas we spent, embossed with my initials, the kind of gift you meant to suggest a future of correspondence we both write. I never used a single sheet, and neither did you, despite. Did you mean for the gift to predict what we wouldn't deliver? Did you know the empty box would become the actual receiver of our story? Letterhead with my initials never written upon. The gift outlasted what it was meant to draw upon. Cream paper waiting for words that didn't arrive. Letterhead in the drawer, the only thing that survived. Letterhead with my initials never written upon. The gift outlasted what it was meant to draw upon. Cream paper waiting for words that didn't arrive. Letterhead in the drawer, the only thing that survived. The only thing. I opened the box this morning for the first time in years. Counted the sheets, 100, none of them with smears of ink or pen indentations or any sign of your use. A complete archive of the letters we'd refused. Did the absence of letters mean we had nothing to say? Did we have too much and choose silence as the way out of writing it? Letterhead on my initials never written upon. But it was meant to draw upon. Cream paper waiting for words that didn't arrive. Letterhead in the drawer, the only thing that survived. Letterhead with my initials never written upon. The gift outlasted what it was meant to draw upon. Next month I'll sit at the desk with the box pulled out, open the first sheet and write a letter to the woman without. The version of you who never sent her a letter. Tell her about the seasons and the books and weather. She's met anyone interesting at the new neighborhood bar. Sign it with my full name in navy ink across the bottom. Address it to myself at the new apartment. And finally use the gift the way it was meant. Letterhead with my initials never written upon. Green paper, waiting for words that didn't arrive. Letterhead in the drawer, the only thing that survived. My initials never written upon. By me, to me, first sheet, dated today. The desk, drawer pulled open, The box unsealed, the first cream sheet on the blotter, the pen filled with navy ink, and the date written across the top.
April afternoon, the temperature 4 degrees in a minute. The light went sideways and the birds stopped at the limit. All the usual register, the eclipse was happening overhead, and the world reorganized around the absent sweet already. Eclipses are reminders that the light isn't on. Anything bright enough to disappear has been alone. Stop looking, eclipses ruin the eyes that watch direct. Stop reaching, the temperature drop is a known effect of the source going briefly behind a larger body. Stop everything, let the eclipse pass without your study. Stop looking, eclipses ruin the eyes that wax. Stop reaching, the temperature drop is a known effect of the source going briefly behind a larger body. Stop everything, let the eclipse pass without your study. The April eclipse lasted 4 minutes by the official timing, but the temperature took an hour to recover from the priming, and the birds were quiet for the rest of the afternoon. Some absences leave longer aftermath than the moon. Eclipses and unscheduled, that's the celestial mercy. Some other absences resist the same predictability. Watch direct, stop reaching, the temperature drop is a known effect of the source going briefly behind a larger body. Stop everything, let the eclipse pass without your study. Stop looking, eclipses ruin the eyes that watch. Stop reaching, the temperature drop is a known effect of the source going briefly behind a larger body. Stop everything, let the eclipse pass without your study. Without your study, she said, don't look directly, get the proper glasses. She said the damage from naked viewing surpasses anything you gain from the spectacular momentary. She said, trust me, I've watched 3 of these come and go. She said, protect your eyes, the eclipse won't owe you anything for the looking. Stop looking, eclipses ruin the eyes and watch direct. Stop reaching, the temperature drop it, drop it, drop it. The source going briefly behind a larger body. Stop everything, let the eclipse pass without your study. Stop looking, stop reaching, stop reaching. Stop everything, let the eclipse but the hook is what you feel when the surface is reviewed. The way the light catches the metallic flash on the line, the way the body of the lure mimics something fine, the way the small treble hook is hidden in the design, the way the angler reels just low enough to align. Picture the river at dusk, the cast going out. Picture me, the trout, taking the bait without doubt. How long was I supposed to mistake the lure for food? How long does the hook stay hidden in the smooth? How long before the treble catches in the soft palate? How long? Turns out about 2 months, and that's the gradient. How long was I supposed to mistake the lure for food? How long does the hook stay hidden in the smooth? How long before the treble catches in the soft palate? How long? Turns out about 2 months, and that's the gradient. Skilled angler, that's what you are. Skilled at the presentation. The lure danced at exactly the right speed for my temptation. I rose to the surface, I struck the hook set deep in the side of my mouth, and you started reeling without a stride. Toward distress, calm hands, deliberate retrieval. I've never seen technique that clean, that's an admission, not a denial. But here's the part you didn't account for in the equation. Some fish know how to throw a hook with the right rotation. Picture the line going slack, the sudden absence of resistance. Picture the angler reeling in nothing, the empty distance. How long was I supposed to mistake the lure for food? How long does the hook stay hidden in the smooth? How long before the treble catches in the soft palate? How long? Turns out about 2 months, and that's the gradient. How long was I supposed to mistake the lure for food? How long does the hook stay hidden in the smooth? How long before the treble catches in the soft palate? How long? Turns out about 2 months, and that's the gradient. I'm gonna throw the hook with one violent shake. I'm gonna take a piece of my mouth with me awake to the cost of the freedom, and I'm gonna swim deep where the lures don't reach and the surface predator sleep. I'm gonna remember every flash of metallic light and avoid the next one, even if it looks right, even if it dances at exactly my speed. How long was I supposed to mistake the lure for food? How long does the hook stay hidden in the smooth? How long before the treble catches in the soft palate? How long? Turns out about 2 months, and that's the gradient. How long until I learn? How long until I turn? How long? Slack. The angler confused for a moment, the fish bleeding, slightly swimming deep, past the surface where the lures live. Surface to pass the light through at a particular angle and direction. I'm a hairline, not broken, but past introspection. I'm a hairline crack in a piece of blown glass, invisible until you tilt the surface to pass the light through at a particular angle and direction. I'm a hairline, not broken, but past introspection. A hand-blown vase from a glassworks in the Czech Republic. My grandmother's, then my mother's, now mine, the public. Wouldn't notice the crack, but I know exactly where it lives. Halfway up the curve, invisible, but the structure forgives. Hairline cracks on repeat.
the engineering truth. They can only be tracked, measured, and given the proof. I'm a hairline crack in a piece of blown glass, invisible until you tilt the surface to pass the light through at a particular angle and direction. I'm a hairline, not broken, but past introspection. I'm a hairline crack in a piece of blown glass, invisible until you tilt the surface to pass the light through at a particular angle and direction. I'm a hairline broken, but past introspection. You wouldn't see it from across the room or even up close. You'd have to hold the vase against the lamp to know the dose of damage that the inheritance came with a small fault. 3 generations have agreed to live with the result. Hairline spread eventually, that's the eventual reading of the engineering, but the timing is unforgiving. March 14th, the kitchen, you slammed the cabinet door too hard, and I felt the hairline appear in real time sharp. You didn't notice you were arguing about something forgotten. I held the vase of myself in both hands, finding the rotten edge of the new fissure with my thumb. I'm a hairline cracked in a piece of bone glass, invisible until you tilt the surface to pass the light through at a particular angle and direction. I'm a hairline, not broken, but past introspection. Hairline visible in the right light only, not broken, but no longer wholly yours to keep on the shelf. I'm taking myself. Should I have repaired it the day it appeared, or is the hairline now part of what makes me choosing to stop translating in the middle of every sentence, choosing to live in my native voice without the residence of constant interpretation between what I think and what I say, choosing, finally choosing fluency the easy way. A community college classroom, second floor of the language wing. Tuesday and Thursday evenings, 6 to 8, a familiar ring of the bell at the half hour. Adults conjugating verbs. I should have been fluent by now. I'd been studying long enough words. I should be tired of speaking your dialect by now. And yet I keep enrolling, keep showing up to vow I'll get it right this semester. Ooh, yeah. Stop choosing to stop translating every sentence to live a native voice without the residence of constant interpretation to my native voice with choosing fluency the easy way. Translate our love every sentence until I lose we residence of constant interpretation.
fluorescent overhead, the cold linoleum under the chair, the textbook half read. Choosing to stop pretending, choosing to drop the course, choosing my native dialect without remorse for the years I spent trying to round my vows for you. Choosing, finally choosing what was always true. I dropped the glass on a Tuesday in early October. Walked out of the building, feeling 30 years older, and 40 pounds lighter, and home in my own grammar, where no one's correcting me, where I am the actual examiner. A community college classroom, second floor of the language wing. Empty after I left and I went home, speaking my own language out loud. I said a sweater for the winter, no particular taking a measurement, yeah. Just casting on the 80 stitches and finding out which gauge my hands and patience switches. Did you understand what knitters mean by stitch count? Did you know each row's a count I've been keeping to amount to something whole? Stitch count, the math beneath the sweater. Stitch count, and yours never got better. 80 stitches across, 200 rows up. The math has to balance and yours wouldn't add up. Stitch count, the math beneath the sweater. Stitch count, and yours never got better. 80 stitches across, 200 rows up. The math has to balance and yours wouldn't add up. 60 rows in, I noticed the sleeve was running short. Counted the stitches per inch and confirmed the report. I've been knitting tighter than the pattern called for the whole project. Attention issue, I should have caught at the row. Did I wanna rip back 60 rows or push through to the end? Did I wanna start over or accept the wrong tension and bend what I made into something wearable? Stitch count, and yours never got better. 80 stitches across, 200 rows up. The math has to balance, yours wouldn't add up. Stitch count, stitch count, and yours never got better. 80 stitches across, 200 rows up. The math has to balance and yours wouldn't add up. First, I'm ripping back to the row where the tension changed. Second, I'm restarting with the proper gauge arranged. Third, I'm finishing the sweater with the math that works. And fourth, I'm not knitting for an audience that smirks at the time it takes at the rows I'd have to redo. I'm knitting for myself and the count is mine to construe. The sweater, stitch count, and yours never got better. 80 stitches across, 200 rows up. The math has to balance and yours wouldn't add up. Math balance, 80 across, 200 reaching for the sleeve in the kitchen, quiet with the steam from the kettle rising. Sustain, release, sustain. Sustain, release, sustain, release. Sustain, release, sustain, release. Practice the breathing. Sustain the hell no, past the limit of believing. Release before the pitch begins to waver in distress. Sustain, release. That's the discipline of yes. The throat opens, the diaphragm engages the column of air. Rises through the resonating chambers without a tear. The hell no begins to find its actual length, limited only by the breath supporting it from underneath. Picture the soloist, eyes closed, the note expanding. Picture the audience lean forward demanding. Sustain, release, sustain, release, practice the breathing. Sustain the hell no, past the limit of believing. Release before the pitch begins to waver in distress. Sustain, sustain, release. That's the discipline of yes. Sustain, release, sustain, release, practice of breathing. Sustain the hell no, past the limit of believing. Release before the pitch begins to waver in distress. Sustain, release. That's the discipline of yes. The discipline. Held a note for you for 2 albums of support and bar. Past the point where my voice should have moved on to other stars of the chord. But I kept sustaining, kept the breath in reserve while the rest of the song moved on past the hell curve. I should have released on beat 3 of measure 47. Should have let the note resolve to where the harmony was given. Instead I held past dignity, past technique, past the truth. And the hell no became a complaint without proof. I said, I can't hold this longer if you need me to. Ooh, said, there's no scoring for that. I said, I know I'm offering. He said, don't. I said, too late. Sustain, release, sustain, release. Practice the breathing. Sustain, sustain the hell no, past the limit of believing. Release before the pitch begins to waver in distress. Sustain, release. That's the discipline of yes. And now release, finally release the hell. Into the next chord, into the flow of what comes next in the music beyond the part been clinging to. Should I have released on B3? Or did I need the hell no to know what release meant? the same way, regardless of the room. I said I don't believe you, and I won't entertain the assume. He said try me. I said lower your voice by 2 octaves and we'll see. The pressure of the candlelight, the proximity, the wine, the way the music dropped when an entree arrived in line. Will be your indoor voice tonight, or just the public one? Or just the public one? Did you leave the version that performs for the room undone at the door? Because I like to hear the lower register, the one your professional life requires you to register out of the office. Did you bring your indoor voice tonight, or just the public one? Or just the public one? Did you leave the version that performs for the room undone at the door? Because I like to hear the lower register, the one your professional life requires you to register out of the office. First half of the dinner, he was speaking in his work voice, confident, articulated, projecting like he had no choice. I waited through 3 courses for the modulation, dropped my own register, a thorough explanation. He tracked it within a minute, dropped his to match, and the conversation that followed was the actual catch. Indoor voice, the one he doesn't bring to meetings, the one he keeps for the late night completing. Oh, the candle flickered when he leaned toward the lower edge of his actual voice, and I caught the lower edge. Lower your voice, not for the room for me. Lower your voice, say what you wouldn't generally leave. Lower your voice, past the version you sell at work, yeah. Lower your voice, past the public performance perk, yeah. Lower your voice, to the one you only use at home, yeah. Lower your voice, and tell me what's beneath the chrome of how you usually speak. Professional life requires you to register out of the office, yeah, out of the office. Did you bring it? Yes, finally, yes. Indoor voice, indoor register, the public performance. There it is. There it is. He said, how was that? I said, that was the voice. Keep using it. He said, only with you. I said, that's the deal. Posted there for myself, fully concentrated. Rule 1, nobody stays past breakfast unless invited explicit. Rule 2, no overnight bags arriving on the first visit. I should be embarrassed by the laminated card on the counter. Instead, I'm proud of every rule and every encounter. Read the rules, sign the rules, follow the rules. These are the actual house rules, not the social pools. I posted them where you would see them. I meant every line. Read them once, decide the doors behind. Read the rules, sign the rules, follow the rules. These are the actual house rules, not the social pools. I
would see them. I meant every line. Read them once, decide the doors behind. Read the rules, sign the rules, follow the rules. These are the actual house rules, not the social pools. I posted them where you would see them. I meant every line. Read them once, decide the doors behind.
Read the rules,
sign the rules,
follow the rules,
sign the rules,
follow the rules,
sign the rules, sign the rules.
yeah. Don't move things in the kitchen without asking first. Rule 4, the bathroom is yours for 15 minutes max.
Rule 5,
the morning is mine, coffee silent,
the immersed twist.
Routines I've built around the way my actual life relaxes. I should have started posting these rules years ago. Instead I learned them through the violations of the slow erosion of my mornings. Read the rules,
sign the rules, follow the rules.
these are the actual house rules,
not the social pools. I posted them where you'd see them. I meant every line.
Read them once, decide the doors behind.
Sign the rules, follow the rules.
These are the actual house rules,
not the social pools. I posted them where you'd see them. I meant every line.
Read them once, decide. Used to leave my rules unspoken and let people guess. Used to observe the violations as the cost of the yes. Used to apologize when guests overstepped the unwritten. Used to clean up after the violation of what I permitted. Used to wake up exhausted in my own apartment. Used to perform hospitality past my actual apartment. Used to past tense. None of that's the present. The laminated card on the counter is the new resident. Read the rules, sign the rules, follow the rules. These are the tools. Read them once, decide.
There's a difference between confidential and unrecorded. Confidential means later, unrecorded means never reported.
11:37 on a Tuesday, the time you arrive. 12:04, the time we both stop pretending we'd contrive some other reason for being here than the actual reason. 12:18, the unrecorded portion of the season. What time does it start being recorded again? When does the official version of the evening end? This is unrecorded. This isn't going on the calendar. This won't be the kind of caliber of memory either of us mentions to anyone else. This is unrecorded, and that's where the actual self is allowed to live. This is unrecorded. This isn't going on the calendar. This won't be the kind of caliber of memory either of us mentions to anyone else. This is unrecorded, and that's where the actual self is allowed to live. 1:46, the unrecorded portion of the night. 3:23.
unrecorded, and the unrecorded is the only place recorded and unrecorded differ, and the difference is unrecorded. 4:53 on the kitchen clock. The kettle's starting to whistle slow. Your jacket's still on the chair. The night, unrecorded, kept in the only place it lives. Your name on the buzzer downstairs. 9:44, I'm at the door, deciding which version of me wears the greeting. I've been planning to be in bed by 10 with a book, and now my whole evening is rearranging without a second look. The unscheduled visitor is the punchline of the carefully scheduled life. Showing up is the joke, and the answer in the right. Unscheduled, the way a thunderstorm arrives in mid-July. Unscheduled, the way a perfect day appears in late November to defy the forecast. You came through the entrance like weather without warning. Unscheduled and rearranging the entire remaining morning. Unscheduled, the way a thunderstorm arrives in mid-July. Unscheduled, the way a perfect day appears in late November to defy the forecast. You came through the entrance like weather without warning. Unscheduled and rearranging the entire remaining morning. 11:48, the book I plan to read still on the table. 1:26, my carefully constructed initially unstable. 3:47, your jacket on the back of the chair where mine had been. 4:09, and I'm not regretting a single moment of the scene. The unscheduled visitor is the punctuation of the otherwise drafted life, and the punctuation tonight was an exclamation of the right. Unscheduled, the way a thunderstorm arrives in mid-July. Unscheduled, the way a perfect day appears in late November to defy the forecast. You came through the entrance like weather without warning. Unscheduled and rearranging the entire remaining morning. Unscheduled, the way a thunderstorm arrives in mid-July. Unscheduled, the way a perfect day appears in late November to defy the forecast. You came through the entrance like weather without warning. Unscheduled and rearranging the entire remaining morning. The truth about scheduled lives is they leave no room for the unscheduled, which means they leave no room for the actual moments unjuggled by the calendar, which means the scheduled life is technically a sub-life of the actual life that occasionally happens against me. The unscheduled is the actual. Unscheduled, the way a thunderstorm arrives in mid-July. Unscheduled, the way a perfect day appears in late November to defy the forecast. You came through the entrance like weather without
jacket on the chair, and the morning fully rearranged.
Bartender's hand reaches up to ring the bell, and every patron decides whether their night ends well.
A jazz bar on the corner of two streets nobody mentions. 4 bartenders, 1 piano, 40 seats by the dimensions. The bell rings at 1:45. Last call announces every drink ordered after that is the choice the night pronounces.
Picture the room at the moment the bell rings clear.
Picture the silent assessment of who's near and who's leaving alone.
The bell just rang, order one more or leave alone.
Lean in, the room narrows to whoever's tone of voice you've been calibrating to all night.
Last call, make the night right. Last call, make the night right.
The bell just rang, order one more or leave alone.
The room narrows to whoever's tone of voice you've been calibrating to all night. Lean in,
Last call, make the night right.
make it right.
I've been at this bar exactly 7 Saturdays this winter. Always alone, always at the corner spot, always the printer of the same drink. The bartender knows my order without asking. And tonight at 1:38 a man stopped by my booze mask and asked if a seat was taken. I said no, he sat down to deliver. Ordered the same drink I've been ordering, the appropriate move. And at 1:45 when the bell rang clear, we both ordered another and decided to stay here.
Picture the bell as the catalyst of every committed evening. Picture me finally on the side of the stage, not the leaving. The bell just rang, order one more or leave alone.
The room narrows to whoever's tone of voice you've been calibrating to all night.
Last call, make the night right. Last call, make the night right.
The bell just rang, order one more, leave alone.
The room narrows to whoever's tone of voice you've been calibrating to all night. Lean in,
Last call, make the night right.
baby.
From now on, every bell is a decision to make immediately. Either I'm staying or I'm leaving, and I declare it cleanly. No more waiting for 15 minutes after the bell. The bell is the bell, the time to leave or dwell is the time the bell rang. And tonight I dwelled, and the bartender approved of the way the choice was held. Lean in,
Bell just rang, leave alone.
lean in. The room narrows to whoever's tone of voice you've been calibrating to all night.
Last call, make the night right. Last call, make the night right. Last call, ordered, stay the night coming.
Around the booth in the corner, both of us. The bartender's hand reaches up to ring the bell. And tonight at 1:45, I leaned in, and so did he. hours, and the woman who answers is the actual instrument. Hey, before midnight I'm professional, now I'm available. Oh, yeah, yeah. Before midnight I'm scheduled, now I'm unassailable. By the rules of the version of me that signs documents, off hours, and the woman who answers is the actual instrument, the actual instrument. A co-worker once described her after a closed door meeting. He said she's exactly what you'd want at a board hearing. 3 months later, off the clock, he found out the other half. Said I had no idea, and I won't pretend I have a graph for predicting which version any given person delivers. After 10 p.m. when the work voice no longer shivers, most colleagues only meet the daytime register. Off hours is a privilege I've kept under the calendar's blister. Before midnight I'm professional, now I'm available. Before midnight I'm scheduled, now I'm unassailable. By the rules of the version of me that signs documents, off hours, and the woman who answers is the actual instrument. Before midnight I'm professional, now I'm available. Before midnight I'm scheduled, now I'm unassailable. By the rules of the version of me that signs documents, off hours, and the woman who answers is the actual instrument. 11:58 on a Friday, the work version still active. 12:01, and the transition is essentially radioactive. The voice drops, the syntax loosens, the references shift. Off hours, and only certain people get to lift the curtain on this particular performance. Most colleagues never meet the off hours register, and that's not gatekeeping, that's the actual ledger. He said, I wanna know the off hours version of you. I said, that's a request that requires several follow-throughs. He said, I'm prepared to follow through. I said, the off hours version is the version that answers questions like that. He said, oh, this is her. I said, this is her. He said, pleased to meet you. Before midnight I'm professional, now I'm available. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Before midnight I'm scheduled, now I'm unassailable. By the rules of the version of me that signs documents, off hours, and the woman who answers is the actual instrument. That's professional, schedule, distant, now available, unassailable, instant. Instant. Off hours, pleased to meet you. Did the coworker ever realize there were two versions? Or do most people stop at the first impressions? Decision yours? Was it mine? Was it proceeding? Either of us by an algorithm we approved without reading. The day demands a paper at the end with a final page. The day demands an editor, and tonight I'll be that age of the woman who closes her own evening publication at 9 and ignores the rest until the morning's compilation. Self-published evening edition, locked at 2100. Self-edited, self-deadline, self-trundle. Off the press of my own attention, into the night, the day, finally having a final page inside. Counter, the book open on the chair. The day edited and finally concluded. At low angles, I am the version of myself that the late afternoon strangles. Out of the body when the sun is low enough to elongate. I am the long shadow, and I'm not exaggerating. I am the long shadow, the kind cast at low angles. Sun at 20 degrees off the horizon, walking east on the sidewalk. My own shadow, longer than I'm in. Stretch 20 feet ahead, dark and thin. An exaggerated version of myself, moving in advancement. I should be more compacted than this. The body's actual size. Instead I'm extended. That's the truth of the late skies. I should look the way the body looks in the noon sun. Instead I'm exaggerated, and the exaggeration's not undone. The passers-by on the same sidewalk had shadows just as long. Each of us trailing a stretched version of ourselves along the November pavement. The city full of elongated selfies, and the actual people walking compactly between the shelves of who they actually were. I am the long shadow, angles. I am the version of myself that the late afternoon strangled. Out of the body when the sun is low enough to elongate. I am the long shadow, and I'm not exaggerating. An old leather-bound diary in my mother's attic, dated 1978. She'd written, "The long shadow of the November sun is mine, not late." But true, I was 12 when I read that for the first time. Didn't understand it. 20 years later, it's the rhyme of every walk I take east in the autumn afternoon. She's seen herself in the elongated soon of her own pavement walk, and she'd written it down for me without knowing she was writing it for me. Eventually, I am a long shadow, kind cast alone. I am the version of myself that the late afternoon strangled. Out of the body when the sun is low enough to elongate. I am the long shadow, and I'm not exact. I am the long shadow, the elongated. I am the late November, the activated version of myself, true at low angles. The diary back on the attic shelf, the November sun setting at 4:53. My shadow ahead of me, walking east, and me eventually catching up to where my mother had already arrived. Yeah, hey. 60 grains of sand fall through the neck per second on average. An hour means roughly 216,000 grains in passage from the upper bulb to the lower one. No faster, no slower. An hourglass is a deal you make with the patience grower. Most of life is sand, falling at a rate you can't accelerate. And the hourglass keeps it on a schedule. That's the punchline of the freight. Turn the hourglass over, turn it over. Watch the sand. Turn the hourglass over, turn it over. Understand the hour's gonna take an hour, regardless. regardless of your patience. I bought one at a flea market in Lisbon for €8 even. Brought it back, set it on the shelf, never quite believing, never quite believing I'd actually sit and watch it run. But tonight at 10 p.m. I turned it once and watched the entire 60 minutes again. Most lives perform impatience as a virtue, that's the irony. The hourglass is the punchline of every productivity ceremony. Turn the hourglass over, turn it over. Watch the sand, turn the hourglass over, turn it over. Understand the hour's gonna take an hour, regardless of your pace. Turn the hourglass over and let the time deliver its statements. Turn the hourglass over, turn it over. Understand the hour's gonna take an hour, regardless of your patience. Grain in the narrow neck, the faint click of glass on the wooden shelf where I sit. The breath I'm taking longer than I usually take. Turn the hourglass over, turn it over. Watch the sand. Turn the hourglass over, turn it over. Understand the hour's gonna take an hour, regardless of your pace. Turn the hourglass over and let the time deliver its statements. Turn it over, turn it over. Turn it over. The hour will take an hour. Turn it over and watch. A supersaturated solution can hold more solute than seems possible until something tips it, and then it crystallizes irrepressible. 6 months of dissolved tension in the solution of my Tuesdays. More frustration than the volume could chemically support always. And then a single moment, a small disturbance, a tap on the glass, and the entire solution crystallized at once across the brass. I should have crystallized weeks earlier. The solution was saturated. I should have stopped pretending the dissolved state was anticipated. But supersaturation can hold for a long time. Crystallize the moment everything aligns. Crystallize past the saturation line. Crystallize the solution becomes a structure. Crystallize, and that's the actual rupture. Crystallize the moment everything aligns. Crystallize past the saturation line. Crystallize, crystallize. saturation longer for the sake of the front, but super saturation has a limit. Crystallize. The moment everything aligns, crystallize. Past the saturation lines, crystallize. The solution becomes a structure, crystallize. And that's the actual rupture. Past the saturation lines, the solution becomes a structure. And that's the actual rupture. I'm filing the resignation tomorrow morning at 9. I'm writing the email tonight and saving the line. I'm meeting with HR at 11 and presenting the form. I'm walking out by noon, past every storm of opinion that's about to crystallize around the announcement. I won't be available for the cause of the disappointment. I will, however, be available for the next position. Ooh, crystallize finally into the actual disposition. The moment everything aligns, past the saturation lines, crystallize. The solution becomes a structure, crystallize. And that's the actual rupture. By hand with hot water and pressure, the fibers locked together permanently. That's the felted measure. Once felted, the wool can't be unfelted. The process is one directional, like certain experiences I've had with the actual functional. Wool can be corded, spun, woven, and undone with effort. Felted wool has crossed the threshold. That's the punchline expert. Felt hard, felt with conviction, felt all the way through. The fibers lock structure, holds the form is true. Felted is the word for the version that won't undo. Felt hold the form is who I am. Felt hard, felt with conviction, felt all the way through. The fibers like a structure, holds the form is true. Felt it is a word for the version that won't undo. Felt like hold the form is who I am. The pressure plus the heat plus the time equals the irreversible. The fibers entangle past the point of being divisible. And what comes out is denser, sturdier, fundamentally itself. Felted, and the felted version doesn't go back on the shelf. Wool dreams of being young, and yarn dreams of being woven. Felted wool is past the dreaming. Felted is the proving. Felt hard, felt with conviction, felt all the way through. The fibers lock the structure, holds the whole. The form is true. that traps the heat against the wall. I'm under that blanket now, metaphorically felt in myself. Its final form, heavy and finally warm. Bottles down here, the top shelf up there, and the difference is who's allowed to compare. August humidity in the city, the bar finally cool with the AC, the bartender wiping down the counter with the practice velocity of a Tuesday closer who's done this for 15 years. I sat down, ordered top shelf, and adjusted my career. Picture the well bottles down here, accessible, pourable, fast. Picture the top shelf up there, acquiring the reach to last. Down here is the well, up there is the top shelf. Down here is the everyday, up there is a self I've been hiding for years, the better version of the poor. Down here, up there, the question is which floor. Down here is the well, up there is the top shelf. Down here is the everyday, up there is the self I've been hiding for years, the better version of the poor. Down here, up there, the question is which floor? Which floor? I used to order the well, watch the bartender dispense without ceremony. I developed a tolerance for the cheaper version of the harmony. Now I order top shelf, watch the reach, watch the slow pour, and tip accordingly because the bartender deserves the report. Picture the well, picture the cheap, picture the easily reached, picture the top shelf, the climb, the version that's preached by the bartender who knows the difference. Down here is the everyday, up there is the self I've been hiding for years, the better version of the poor. Down here, up there, the question is which floor. Down here is the well, up the top shelf. Down here is the everyday, up there is a self I've been hiding for years, the better version of the poor. Down here, up there, the question is which floor. Oh, the cool of the lacquer counter under my forearms, the ice cracking in the new glass with the proper alarms. The smooth after the heavy crystal versus the lightweight rocks. The deliberate breath of the bartender between locks of attention on the pour, and the temperature dropping as the bottle from the top shelf comes down, finally stopping.
version of yourself have you been settling for? And what would it take to ask for the upper floor?
Score, score, score. The markings on the page. Score, score, score. The way the music will be staged. Every note, every rest, every tempo decision. Score the document of the actual incision of intention. Score, score, score. The markings on the page. Score, score, score. The way the music will be staged. Hey, every line, every rest, every tempo decision. Score the document of the actual incision of intention. 23 measures into the conversation, I noticed the score. You've been reading me from a chart, I hadn't been keeping the more sophisticated version of every pause was marked piano, every emphasis fortissimo, and you memorized the entire piano. Reduction of my actual repertoire. What kind of person comes to a first meeting having scored you? What kind of attention does that level of preparation accrue? Score, score, score. The markings on the page. Score, score, score. The way the music will be staged. Every vowel, every temp whilst every tempo decision. Score the document of the actual incision of intention. Score, score, score. The markings on the page. Score, score, score. The way the music will be staged. Every vowel, every rest, every tempo decision. Score the document of the actual incision of intention. He'd done his homework, that's the kind way of putting it. He'd actually read the score, that's the technical jotting it out at the proper distance. Every entrance prepared, every transition rehearsed, the conductor's actual air. Our methodology and I, the soloist, hadn't expected to be performing a piece this rigorously connected to an actual score. Most first dates are urbanizations. He brought the orchestral parts, that's the actual relation. It's funny how I'd always claimed to wanna be properly understood, and then someone showed up with the markings I'd been should have written down years ago. Wasn't even from anyone else's piece. He composed it himself based on 3 conversations of release. With me at the gallery opening last spring, 3 short exchanges, and he'd written an entire score. Everyone and the strangest marking sotto voce. At the moment I lowered my voice to tell him about my mother. He noticed and made the choice to mark it down. Score, score, score. The markings on the page. Yeah. Score, score, score. The way the music will be staged. Every beat, every rest, every tempo decision. Score the document of the actual incision of intention. Score, 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 score. Scoring, marking dynamics, tempo. I've been waiting for someone to bring the part. I said, how did you know to mark? Sotto voce there. He said you'd quiet it, so I quieted too. I said nobody's done
that before. He said nobody's marked it down.
Placement, tile, glass, marble, mortar. The deliberate engagement of one piece next to the next, without overlap or gap. Mosaic, and you're the kind of patience I've been holding for the lab. A piece of antique mosaic in the museum's third floor wing. Roman 2nd century, the kind of work that takes a king to commission and a year of labor to complete and mount. I stood there for 40 minutes counting the careful amount of consideration that went into each individual placement. Did you put me together one piece at a time on purpose? Did you understand the patience the form required to surface? Tile, glass, marble, mortar. The careful adjacent placement. Tile, glass, marble, mortar. The deliberate engagement of one piece next to the next, without overlap or gap. Mosaic, and you're the kind of patience I've been holding for the lab. Glass, marble, mortar. The careful adjacent placement. Tile, glass, marble, mortar. The deliberate engagement of one piece next to the next, without overlap or gap. Mosaic, and you're the kind of patience I've been holding for the lab. Next time someone tells me I'm taking too long to know somebody, I'll mention the Roman mosaic, the year of labor, the lobby of the museum where I spent 40 minutes, the patience required. Mosaic next time, so placement is the kind I admire and actually want. Tile, glass, marble, mortar. More the careful adjacent placement. Tile, glass, marble, mortar. The deliberate engagement of one piece next to the next, without overlap or gap. Mosaic, and you're the kind of patience I've been wanting in the lab. Each tile chosen, each piece placed without rushing the design. Mosaic, months of meeting, and the form is starting to align into a picture I couldn't see at piece 3 or piece 30. But I can see the certainty. Mortar and the Roman mosaic still on the 3rd floor, and us several months in, still placing.
a final form, when the rough draft is the only one, and the form is a storm. Are we all rough drafts, trying not to admit it? Are we all editing it in real time without permit? Are we all wishing the other version had a final form, when the rough draft is the only one, and the form is a storm, and the form is the storm? He said, I should warn you, I'm a rough draft of a person right now. I said, I should warn you, so am I, and that's not somehow gonna change in the next 18 months. I've been in revision for the entire last decade, and the document is a perpetual decision. He said, I'm working through some chapters that aren't fully consistent. I said, the chapters I revised, most are still the most resistant to closure, and I think I'm fine with that, and I think you should be fine with it too, because the polished version is the misunderstood version. Frankly, what's the punchline of waiting for someone to be finished? There isn't one. The finished version is the diminished. What's the punchline of dating someone's eventual final form? There isn't one. The final form is the lukewarm. Ooh, are we all rough drafts, trying not to admit it? Are we all editing it in real time without permit? Are we all wishing the other version had a final form, when the rough draft is the only one, and the form is a storm? Are we all rough drafts, trying not to admit it? Are we all editing it in real time without permit? Are we all wishing the other version had a final form, when the rough draft is the only one, and the form is a storm? The smell of the coffee shop where we first traded these admissions, the hum of the ventilation, the cracked leather of the booth's commissions. Oh, the light coming through the front window at 4:30 in October. Your hand on the table tracing a circle on the wood. The sober reality of two adults who stopped pretending we'd be polished. The taste of the coffee you'd asked them to brew slightly stronger. The cool of the metal table edge, the warmth of the booth's longer cushion beneath us, and the rough draft of the rest of the year agree. Are we all rough drafts, trying not to admit it? Are we all editing in real time without permit? Are we all wishing the other version had a final form, when the rough draft is the only one, and the form is a storm? Rough drafts, both of us submitted, editing in real time, committed to the form being the storm, and the storm being warm. The coffee shop at 4:30 in October, the cracked leather, the slightly stronger coffee. Your hand tracing a circle on the wood. Both rough drafts, both staying.
do. I thought I was being protective when I was actually trapping it. Not a mess, and I'm the one who ended up napping it. Not a mess, that's what I built around. Catching not housing, that's what it made me do. I thought I was being protective when I was actually trapping it. Not a mess, and I'm the one who ended up napping inside the netting. A fisherman in the harbor mends his net before the dawn. Each gap inspected, each weak point reinforced with the brawn of someone who knows the catch depends on the integrity of the weave. And I've been weaving with the same severity. A nest is woven from the inside, designed for the bird who lived there. A net is woven from the outside, designed for the catch, comparative. I've been calling my work a nest, while the structure said net. And the difference is who the architecture actually was set to benefit it. Trap for the carrier, architecture and capture are the same gesture, perform with different intent, a different texture. Funny how I called it love when I was casting wider. Funny how I called it care when I was tightening the rider on every clause. Funny how the catch was always gonna be the fisherman herself and her own creation finally. Cartographer, leave the blank space on the map. Why did she write unknown across the gap? Why is the most honest part of any chart the part she didn't fill? Why is the unmapped territory the actual frontier of will? An old map of the city in the back room of the antique store, drawn in 1906, ink slightly fading on the floor of the page. Most neighborhoods labeled with their proper names, but 3 blocks east of the river, blank. The cartographer's claims picture the cartographer at a desk in 1906. Picture her deciding what to include in the mix. Why did the cartographer leave the
she didn't fill? Why is the unmapped territory the actual frontier of will? Why did Cartographer leave a blank space on the map? Why did she write unknown across the gap? Why is the most honest part of any chart the part she didn't fill? Why is the unmapped territory the actual frontier?
Cartographers in the early 20th century made deliberate choices. Some areas of the city were mapped with intricate voices, others left intentionally blank, labeled simply unsurveyed. And the unsurveyed wasn't ignorance, it was the essay decision that some territory shouldn't be officially documented. Some streets shouldn't be made findable by the implemented authority of the map. And that's a kind of mercy. The cartographer chose the gaps as deliberately as a city.
The funny thing is, the unmapped neighborhood thrived because nobody from the official side arrived to survey, regulate, develop, or ultimately tame. The unmapped became the most interesting frame on the entire city. Did the cartographer leave the blank space on the map? Why did she write unknown across the gap? Why is the most honest part of any chart the part she didn't fill? Why is the unmapped territory the actual frontier of will? Why did the cartographer fill space? Because the unmapped is the actual. Because some blocks are better off unsurveyed. Oh, because the cartographer knew what she was decided. She said, I'm the cartographer of my own life now. I said, which parts will you map? She said, only the parts I want findable. I said, and the rest? She said, blank, on purpose. The actual answer. Bees on the rooftop. That's the human cancer of being asked what I'm doing with my evenings now. I keep bees on the rooftop, and they teach me how. Bees on the rooftop. That's the actual answer. Bees on the rooftop. That's the human cancer of being asked what I'm doing with my evenings now. I keep bees on the rooftop, and they teach me how. Teach me how. The hum of 40,000 workers when I lift the lid. The temperature of the hive maintained at 95 amid the cold of the November air. On the rooftop where I stand, wearing the suit, the smoker in my left, the hive tool in my right hand. Bees don't perform, they execute the function they were assigned by the queen's pheromones and the work the colony defined. I've been performing a few years before I started keeping bees. Now I execute the function. Apiary, keep it with ease. That's the actual answer. Bees on the rooftop. That's the human cancer of being asked what I'm doing with my evenings now. I keep bees on the roof, and they teach me how. Bees on the rooftop. That's the actual answer. Bees on the rooftop. That's the human cancer of being asked what I'm doing with my evenings now. I keep bees on the roof, and they teach me how. Next time someone asks how I'm doing, I'll say the bees are good. Next time someone offers me a drink at a work event, I'll say say I should get back to the rooftop before the sun fully sets. That calmer at dusk. Next time the conversation turns to my single status with a husk of pity attached, I'll redirect to the queen who replaced herself last August without any drama, and we all kept her on the shelf of the operation. The moment everyone realizes the bees are not a metaphor is the moment I get my evenings back to the floor. That's the actual answer.
Bees on the rooftop.
That's the human cancer of being asked what I'm doing with my evenings now. And they teach me how. Kept 40,000 workers, queen was slept, and I'm the keeper. Honestly, I keep bees on the rooftop. That's the actual answer. And the hum continues after everyone goes home. Just me and the colony. Just me and the colony. Silver ring at the back of my mother's jewelry box, stamped on the inside band with the maker's Hallmark, Hancock. I held it under the magnifier and read the smaller say off the stamp. London, Sterling, 1892. The document wrong. Did I know my own Hallmark before I started searching? Did I know it just say office admin, certified emerging from stamping my own Hallmark on the inside of the band, stamping my own date and essay and the specific land of origin, declaring, certifying, marking, committing, stamping my own Hallmark, the version I'm permitting, stamping my own Hallmark on the inside of the band, stamping my own date and essay and the specific land of origin, declaring, certifying, marking, committing, stamping my own Hallmark, the version I'm permitting, stamping my own Hallmark on the inside of the band, stamping my own date and essay and the specific land of origin, declaring, certifying, marking, committing, stamping my own Hallmark, the version I'm permitting. I'm permitting. An essay office tests the metal, certifies the purity, applies the mark that says this pass. This is sterling, no lies about the alloy beneath the surface. And I've been running my own essay office for the past few months. Becoming, did I trust someone else's mark on my interior band? Did I accept their certification of my actual stand on myself?
Stamping my own Hallmark on the inside of the band, stamping my own date and essay and the specific land of origin, declaring, certifying, marking, committing, stamping my own Hallmark, the version I'm permitted, stamping my own Hallmark on the inside of the band, stamping my own date and essay and the specific land of origin, declaring, certifying, marking, committing, stamping my own Hallmark, the version I'm permitted.
The jeweler said,
do you want me to add a new mark? I said yes. The date and my own initials, neither dark. He said, in the assay office. I said my own. I'm certifying myself from now on. He said, I've never put that kind of mark on a ring.
Stamping my own hallmark date. I say origin, self-certified, self-committed within the interior band of my own becoming.
The ring on the velvet pad, the hallmark stamp prepared. The jeweler's hand steady as the new mark is shared onto the inside of the band. Beneath the essay from 1892, the modern edition stays and the ring goes back on my finger, marked twice.
Jar of olives at the back of the fridge, label faded to gray. Past the date by 7 months, I should've thrown it away. Instead I kept opening the door, pretending the jar was fresh. Some things go bad slowly while you're managing the rest. Spoiled doesn't always smell, that's a cruel inversion. Sometimes it just looks the same with internal subversion. An expiration date does the work of warning you. Without it you keep eating what's gone through. The chemistry that ends a thing without announcement. We had no date stamped on us, that was the announcement. An expiration date does the work of warning you. Without it you keep eating what's gone through. The chemistry that ends a thing without announcement. We had no date stamped on us, that was the announcement. The announcement. Pulled the jar out yesterday, finally, and held it to the light. The brown had clouded over while I've been distracted by the night. Tipped it into the sink and ran the water for a minute. Some things you don't compost, some go straight to the bin. Hindsight has its own date stamp printed in retrospect. I see now where the chemistry began to disconnect. Oh, an expiration date is a work of warning you. Without it you keep eating what's gone through. The chemistry that ends a thing without announcement. We had no date stamped on us, that was the announcement. An expiration date does the work of warning you. Without it you keep eating what's gone through. The chemistry that ends a thing without announcement. We had no date stamped on us, that was the announcement. I won't keep the next one past the moment it turns. I won't accept the murky brine as a baseline that earns anything but the trash bin and a new jar from the shelf. I won't be the woman who eats what's spoiled to spare myself the cost of admitting it. An expiration date does a work of warning you. The chemistry that ends a thing without announcement. We had no day stamped on it, was the announcement. Does the work of warning you. Without it, the chemistry just turns. I'm stamping the next jar myself. Date forward.
The empty jar and the recycling bin, the fridge slightly emptier, the light inside unobstructed for the first time in 7 months. Ooh, What if the receipt is the kindest thing you sent? What if silence after seeing is a sentence in 10? I'm telling me without typing. What if that was the gift of saying nothing rather than the lift? 11:38 on a Sunday, the receipt confirmed. 11:39, the typing indicator that never returned. I watched the 3 dots appear and then disappear twice. Some hesitations are louder than the actual replies. The seconds between read and reply have their own gravity. Long enough and they become the answer in their entirety. What if the receipt is the kindest thing you sent? What if silence after seeing is a sentence in 10? On telling me without typing. What if that was the gift of saying nothing rather than the lift? Oh, what if the receipt is the kindest thing you sent? What if silence after seeing is a sentence in 10? Oh, telling me without typing. What if that was the gift of saying nothing rather than the lift? The lift of false hope. I drafted 3 responses to the silence and some 0. The arithmetic of dignity says I'm already the hero of my own restraint. Every additional message I'd send would tilt the math the wrong way at the end. So I let the read receipt be the period at the closing of a sentence neither of us was equipped for composing. The final draft of us was your 2-second hesitation and my grown-up acceptance of the application. The corner booth at the Italian place on Mercer Street, where you tapped something and showed me, said read this. I laughed at the joke and you'd watch me laugh in that booth is where my version of you actually was. Before the read receipt years, before the silence got formalized. What is the kindest thing you sent? Is the kindest thing you sent? What if silence after this? Don't telling me without typing. What if that was the gift of saying nothing rather than live? Rather than the live breather. Was the answer all along? What if I've been waiting for words that wouldn't belong? What if your silence was the most articulate thing you'd ever live without typing? Did you mean for the silence to mean what it meant? Or am I building a narrative around the dent your absence left in the screen? Either way, stranded in the tide pool when the sea pulled back, holding what was left in the diminished track of water that the ocean briefly assigned my way. Stranded, holding, waiting for the tide of another day, another day. Stranded in the tide pool when the sea pulled back, holding what was left in the diminished track of water that the ocean briefly assigned my way. Stranded, holding, waiting for the tide of another day, another day, yeah. A rocky shoreline north of the city. After
after the storm passed through. Pools left in the depressions where the ocean had withdrawn from view. Animals still functioning in the brief detained reservoir. A starfish stuck to a rock, waiting for the tide to restore. Tide pools have their own ecosystem when the ocean is gone. Small and more contained, but functional until the sea moves on. I lived in the pool for months without realizing the scale had shrunk from open water to a holding pattern that would fail. Stranded in the tide pool when the sea pulled back, holding what was left in the diminished tract of water that the ocean briefly assigned my way. Stranded, holding, waiting for the tide in the tide pool when the sea pulled back, holding what was left in the diminished tract of water that the ocean briefly assigned my way. Stranded, holding, waiting for the tide. The salt on the rock face white in the afternoon light. The hermit crab adjusting position in the shallow bright. The water level dropping by an inch every hour. Picture the tide turning. Picture the water returning. Picture the pool dissolving back into the larger churning. Stranded in the tide pool when the sea pulled back, holding what was left in the diminished tract of water that the ocean briefly assigned my way. Stranded, holding, waiting for the tide of another day. Stranded, but the tide returned, holding, but not forever, waiting, and the ocean comes back, severing the pool from the rock that contained it, returning to the larger water. Tide returning, oh, tide returning, it's all a larger water. Tide returning, oh, wait, the tide is turning. 6 p.m. The pool dissolving back into the bay. The starfish finally lifted by the larger water. I'm done with the holding. A paper maker in Fabriano works the fiber by hand, presses the watermark into the sheet while the pole can stand. The mark is invisible until the paper is held to light. Then the maker's signature appears, embedded out of sight. Most marks are visible from any angle, any time of day. Watermarks need specific conditions to give themselves away. You left a watermark, not visible, but there. Hold me up to the right light and the pattern is clear. Most days nobody sees what you embedded in the sheet, but under certain conditions it's unmistakable, complete. Unmistakable, complete. You left a watermark, not visible, but there. Hold me up to the right light and the pattern is clear. Most days nobody sees what you embedded in the sheet.
unmistakable, complete, unmistakable, complete. You left a watermark, yeah. You left a watermark, not visible, but they hold me up to the right light, and the pattern is clear. Most days, nobody sees what you embedded in the sheet. Watermark, watermark, under the surface complete. Watermarks can't be removed, they're built into the structure. Not printed on the surface, embedded in the moisture of the original making. The only way to clear it is to make a new sheet of paper from the start to bear it. Most are removable, bleach, time replacement. Watermarks are permanent. That's the cruel placement. You left a watermark, not visible, but they hold me up to the right light, and the pattern is clear. Most days, nobody sees what you embedded in the sheet, but under certain conditions, it's unmistakable, complete. Unmistakable, complete. You left a watermark, not visible, but they hold me up to the right light, and the pattern is clear. Most days, nobody sees what you embedded in the sheet, but under certain conditions, it's unmistakable, complete. I expected to forget you the way I'd forgotten the others. Surface marks fade with sufficient time, and other lovers. What I didn't expect was the watermark beneath the printing of subsequent relationships. The older signal still working through every new sheet I've laid down on top. I expected an eraser, got a permanence I can't crop out of the paper. You left a watermark, not visible, but they're up to the right light, and the pattern is clear. Nobody sees what you embedded in the sheet, but uncertain to the unmistakable, complete.
A box of stationery in the bottom drawer of the desk. Cream paper, navy ink, my initials in the request.
You gave me the letterhead, the second Christmas we spent, embossed with my initials, the kind of gift you meant to suggest a future of correspondence we both write. I never use a single sheet, and neither did you despise. Did you mean for the gift to predict what we wouldn't deliver? Did you know the empty box would become the actual receiver of our story? Letterhead with my initials never written upon, the gift outlasted what it was meant to draw upon. Cream paper waiting for words that didn't arrive. Letterhead in the drawer, the only thing that survived. Letterhead with my initials never written upon, the gift outlasted what it was meant to draw upon. Cream paper waiting for words that didn't arrive. Letterhead in the drawer, the only thing that survived. complete archive of the letters we'd refused. Did the absence of letters mean we had nothing to say, or did we have too much and choose silence as the way out of writing it? My initials never written upon the gift outlasted what it was meant to draw upon. Cream paper waiting for words that didn't arrive. Letterhead in the drawer, the only thing that survived. Letterhead with my initials never written upon the gift outlasted what it was meant to draw upon. Cream paper waiting for words that didn't arrive. Letterhead in the drawer, the only thing that survived. Next month, I'll sit at the desk with the box pulled out, open the first sheet and write a letter to the woman without. The version of you who never sent her a letter. Tell her about the seasons and the books and weather. She's met anyone interesting at the new neighborhood bar. Sign it with my full name in navy ink across the bottom. Address it to myself at the new apartment. And finally use the gift the way it was meant. Letterhead with my initials never written upon. Anything lost what it was meant to draw upon. Cream paper waiting for words that didn't arrive. Letterhead in the drawer, the only thing that survived. Letterhead finally written upon the gift, redirected, the words begun by me to me. First sheet dated today. The desk, drawer pulled open, the box unsealed, the first cream sheet on the blotter, the pen filled with navy ink, and the date written across the top. April afternoon, the temperature dropped 4 degrees in a minute. The light went sideways and the birds stopped at the limit of their usual register. The eclipse was happening overhead, and the world reorganized around the absence we'd already. Eclipses are reminders that the light isn't known. Anything bright enough to disappear has been alone. Stop looking, eclipses ruin the eyes that watch direct. Start reaching, the temperature drop is a known effect of a source going briefly behind a larger body. Stop everything, let the eclipse pass without you. Start looking, eclipses ruin the eyes that watch direct. Start reaching, the temperature drop is a known effect of the source going briefly behind a larger body. Stop everything, let the eclipse pass without your study. The April eclipse lasted 4 minutes by the official timing, but the temperature took an hour to recover from the priming, and the birds were quiet for the rest of the afternoon. Some absences leave longer aftermath than the moon. Eclipses end on schedule, that's the celestial mercy. Some other absences resist the same predictability. Stop looking, eclipses ruin the eyes that watch direct. Start reaching, the temperature drop is a known effect of the source going briefly behind a larger body. Stop everything, let the eclipse pass without you. Stop looking, eclipses ruin the eyes that watch direct. Start reaching, the temperature drop is a known effect of the source going briefly behind a larger body. Stop everything, let the eclipse pass without your study.
get the proper glasses. She said the damage from naked viewing surpasses anything you gain from the spectacular momentary. She said trust me, I've watched 3 of these come and go. She said protect your eyes, the eclipse won't owe you anything for the looking. Stop looking, eclipses ruin the eyes that are watched direct. Stop reaching, the temperature drop is a known effect of the source going briefly behind a larger body. Stop everything, let the eclipse pass without you. Stop looking, stop reaching, stop everything. Let the eclipse pass, let the larger body cover in. Move on through the alignment. Light returns, she said the temperature is coming back already. I said I can feel it. She said that's how you know it's ending. I said yeah. Designed to look like food, but the hook is what you feel when the surface is reviewed. The way the light catches the metallic flash on the line, the way the body of the lure mimics something fine, the way the small treble hook is hidden in the design, the way the angler reels just slowly enough to align. Ooh, picture the river at dusk, the cast going out. Picture me, the trout, taking the bait without doubt. How long was I supposed to mistake the lure for food? How long does the hook stay hidden in the smooth? How long before the treble catches in the soft palate? How long? Turns out about 2 months, and that's the gray. How long was I supposed to mistake the lure for? How long does the hook stay hidden in the smooth? How long before the treble catches in the soft palate? How long? Turns out about 2 months, and that's the gray.
Skilled angler, that's what you are. Skilled at the presentation. The lure danced at exactly the right speed for my temptation. I rose to the surface, I struck the hook, set deep in the side of my mouth, and you started reeling without a stride. Toward the stress, calm hands, deliberate retrieval. I'd never seen technique that clean, that's an admission, not a denial. But here's the part you didn't account for in the equation. Some fish know how to throw a hook with the right rotation.
Picture the line going slack, the sudden absence of resistance. Picture the angler reeling in nothing, the empty distance. Ooh, how long was I supposed to mistake the lure for food? How long does the hook stay hidden in the smooth? How long before the treble catches in the soft palate? How long? Turns out about 2 months, and that's the gradient. How long was I supposed to mistake the lure for? How long does the hook stay hidden in the smooth? How long before the treble catches in the soft palate? How long? Turns out about 2 months, and that's the gradient. I'm gonna throw the hook with one violent shake. I'm gonna take a piece of my mouth with me away to the cost of the freedom, and I'm gonna swim deep where the lures don't reach and the surface predator sleep. I'm gonna remember every flash of metallic light and avoid the next one, even if it looks right, even if it dances at exactly my speed. How long was I supposed to mistake the lure for food? How long does the hook stay hidden in the smooth? How long before the treble catches in the soft palate? How long? Turns out about 2 months, and that's a gradient. How long until I learned? How long until I turned? How long? Long enough. confused for a moment. The fish bleeding slightly, swimming deep. Past the surface where the lures live.
Invisible until you tilt the surface to pass the light through at a particular angle and direction. I'm a hairline, not broken but past introspection. Hairline crack in a piece of blown glass. Invisible until you tilt the surface to pass the light through at a particular angle and direction. I'm a hairline, not broken but past introspection. Past introspection. From a glassworks in the Czech Republic. My grandmother's, then my mother's, not mine. The public wouldn't notice the crack, but I know exactly where it lives. Halfway up the curve, invisible, but the structure forgives. Hairline cracks aren't repairable, that's the engineering truth. They can only be tracked and measured and given the proof. A hairline crack in a piece of blown glass. Invisible until you tilt the surface to pass the light through at a particular angle and direction. I'm a hairline, not broken but past introspection. Invisible until you tilt the surface to pass the light through at a particular angle. You wouldn't see it from across the room or even up close. You'd have to hold the vase against the lamp to know the dose of damage that the inheritance came with the small fault. 3 generations have agreed to live with as the result. Hairline spread eventually. That's the eventual reading of the engineering, but the timing is unforgiving. March 14th, the kitchen, you slammed the cabinet door too hard, and I felt the hairline appear in real time sharp. You didn't notice you were arguing about something forgotten. I held the vase of myself in both hands, finding the rotten edge of the new fissure with my thumb. Piece of bone until you tilt the surface to pass. Shelf, I'm taking myself. Should I have repaired it the day it appeared, or is the hairline now part of what makes me clear?
think and what I say. Choosing, finally choosing fluency, the easy way. A community college classroom, second floor of the language wing. Tuesday and Thursday evenings, 6 to 8, a familiar ring of the bell at the half hour. Adults conjugating verbs. I should have been fluent by now. I'd been studying long enough words. I should be tired of speaking your dialect by now. And yet I keep enrolling, keep showing up to vow I'll get it right this semester. Choosing to stop translating in the middle of every sentence. Choosing to live in my native voice without the residence. Some constant interpretation between what I think and what I say. Choosing, finally choosing fluency, the easy way. Choosing, stop translating in the middle of every sentence. Choosing to live in my native voice without the residence. A constant interpretation between what I think and what I say. Choosing, finally choosing fluency, the easy way. The smell of dry erase marker, the fluorescent overhead, the cold linoleum under the chair, the textbook half read. Choosing to stop pretending, choosing to drop the chord, choosing my native dialect without remorse for the years I spent trying to rhyme my vows for you. Choosing, finally choosing what was always true. Dropped the class on a Tuesday, October. Walked out of the building feeling 30 years older, 40 pounds lighter, and home in my own grammar where no one's correcting me, where I am the actual examiner. A community college classroom, second floor of the language wing. Empty after I left, and I went home speaking my own language out loud. Out loud. For the winter, no particular taking measurements yet, just casting on the 80 stitches and finding out which gauge my hands and patience switches. Did you understand what knitters mean by stitch count? Did you know each row's a count? I've been keeping to amount to something whole. Stitch count, the math beneath the sweater. Stitch count, and yours never got better. 80 stitches across, 200 rows up. The math has to balance and yours wouldn't add up. Stitch count, the math beneath the sweater. Stitch count, and yours never got better. 80 stitches across, 200 rows up. The math has to balance and yours
I've been knitting tighter than the pattern called for the whole project attention issue. I should've caught it the road. Did I wanna rip back 60 rows or push through to the end? Did I wanna start over or accept the wrong tension and bend what I made into something wearable? And yours never got better. 80 stitches across, 200 rows up. The math has to balance and yours wouldn't add up. The math has to balance and yours wouldn't add up. First I'm ripping back to the row where the tension changed. Second I'm restarting with the proper gauge arranged. Third I'm finishing the sweater with the math that works. And fourth I'm not knitting for an audience that smirks at the time it takes, at the rows I'd have to redo. I'm knitting for myself and the count is mine to construe. 80 stitches across, 200 rows up. The math has to balance, yours wouldn't add up. Stitch count, math balance. Stitch count, 80 across, 200.
The sweater on the back of the chair, almost done. The pattern card on the table, finally followed. The yarn in the basket, sufficient for the sleeve. In the kitchen, quiet with the steam from the kettle rising.
Sustain, release, practice the breathing. Sustain the hell, no past the limit of believing. Release before the pitch begins to waver in distress. Sustain, release, that's the discipline of yes. The throat opens, the diaphragm engages the column of air. Rises through the resonating chambers without a tear. In the tone, and then held note begins to find its actual length. Limited only by the breath, supporting it from underneath. Picture the soloist, eyes closed, the note expanding. Picture the audience leaning forward, demanding. Sustain, release, practice the breathing. Sustain the hell, note past the limit of believing. Release before voice should've moved on to other stars of the chord, but I kept sustaining, kept the breath in reserve while the rest of the song moved on past the hell curve. I should've released on beat 3 a measure 47. Should've let the note resolve to where the harmony was given. Instead I held past dignity, past technique, past the truth, and the held note became a complaint without proof. I said I can't hold this longer if you need me to. You said there's no scoring for that. I said I know I'm offering. You said don't. I said too late. Sustain, release the breathing. Sustain the hell note past the limit of believing. Release before the pitch beat begins to waver in distress. Sustain, that's the discipline, yes. Sustain, release, finally release. Hell note, I'm released into the next chord, into the float of what comes next in the music. Beyond the bar I'd been clinging to. Should I have released on B3? Or did I need the hell note to know what release meant? Did you bring your indoor voice tonight or just the public one? Did you leave the version that performs for the room undone at the door? Because I'd like to hear the lower register, the one your professional life requires you to register. Out of the office, did you bring your indoor voice tonight or just the public one? Did you leave the version that performs for the room undone at the door? Because I like to hear the lower register, the one your professional life requires you to register. Out of the office, he said, I always speak the same way regardless of the room. I said, I don't believe you and I won't entertain the assume. He said, try me. I said, lower your voice by 2 octaves and we'll see. The pressure of the candlelight, the proximity, the wine, the way the music dropped when the entry arrived in line. Did you leave the version that performs for the room undone at the door? Because I like to hear the lower register, the one your professional life requires you to register. Out of the office stuff, just a the version that performs for the room undone at the door. Because I like to hear the lower register, the lower register, the one your professional life requires you to register. Out of the office. First half of the dinner he was speaking in his work voice, confident, articulated, projecting like he had no choice. I waited through 3 courses for the modulation, dropped my own register, a third with explanation. He tracked it within a minute, dropped us to match, and the conversation that followed was the actual catch. Indoor voice, the one he doesn't bring to meetings, the one he keeps for the late night completing. The candle flickered when he leaned toward the lower edge of his actual voice, and I caught the lower wedge. Lower your voice, not for the room for me. Lower your voice, say what you wouldn't generally. Lower your voice, past the version you sell at work. Lower your voice, past the public performance perk. Lower your voice, to the one you only use at home. Lower your voice and tell me what's beneath the chrome of how you usually speak. Did you bring it? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Finally, yeah, yeah, yeah. Indoor boy, yeah, yeah. Ever undressed of the public performance. And there it is. He said, how was that? I said, that was the voice. Keep using it. He said, only with you. I said, that's the deal. A laminated card on the kitchen counter, neatly printed. 5 rules I posted there for myself, fully concentrated. Rule 1, nobody stays past breakfast unless invited, explicit. Rule 2, no overnight bags arriving on the first visit. I should be embarrassed by the laminated card on the counter. Instead, I'm proud of every rule and every encounter. Read the rules, sign the rules, follow the rules. These are the actual house rules, not the social pools. I posted them where you see them, I'm in every line. Read them once, decide the doors behind. Read the rules, sign the rules, follow the rules. These are the actual house rules, not the social pool. I posted them where you see them, I'm in every line. Read them once, decide the doors behind. Read the rules, sign the rules, sign the rules. These are the actual house rules, not the social pool. I posted them where you see them, I'm in every line. Read them once, decide the doors behind. Read the rules, sign the rules, follow the rules. These are the actual house rules. Read the rules, sign the rules, follow the rules. These are the actual house rules. Rule 3, don't move things in the kitchen without asking first. Rule 4, the bathroom is yours for 15 minutes max. Rule 5, the morning is mine. Coffee silent, the immersive routines I've built around the way my actual life relaxes. I should have started posting these rules years ago. Instead, I learned them through the violations of the slow erosion of my mornings. Read the rules, sign the rules, sign the rules. These are the actual house rules, not the social pool. I posted them where you'd see them, I'm in every line. Read them once, decide the doors behind. Read the rules, sign the rules, sign the rules. These are the actual house rules, not the social pool. I posted them where you'd see them, I'm in every line. Read them once, decide the doors behind. Used to leave my rules unspoken and let people guess. Used to absorb the violations as the cost of the yes. Used to apologize when guests overstepped the unwritten. Used to clean up after the violation of what I permitted. Used to wake up exhausted in my own apartment. Used to perform hospitality past my actual department. Used to past tense, none of that's the present. The laminated card on the counter is the new resident. Read the rules. Read the rules, sign the rules, follow the rules. These are the actual house rules, not the social
There's a difference between confidential and unrecorded. Confidential means later. Unrecorded means never reported.
11:37 on a Tuesday, the time you arrived. 12:04, the time we both stopped pretending we'd contrived some other reason for being here than the actual reason. 12:18, the unrecorded portion of the season. What time does it start being recorded again? When does the official version of the evening begin? This is unrecorded. This isn't going on the calendar. This is unrecorded. This won't be the kind of caliber of memory either of us mentions to anyone else. This is unrecorded, and that's where the actual self is allowed to live. This is unrecorded. This isn't going on the calendar. This is unrecorded. This won't be the kind of caliber memory either of us mentions to anyone else. This is unrecorded, and that's where the actual self is allowed to live. 1:46, the unrecorded portion of the night. 3:23, still off the books, still off the right side of any documented version of either of our weeks. 4:02, the gray light through the curtain seeks. What time does the recording start again? When does the day resume its normal documentation of my workplace play? This is unrecorded. This isn't going on the calendar. This is unrecorded. This won't be the kind of caliber of memory either of us mentions to anyone else. This is unrecorded, and that's where the actual self is allowed to live. This is unrecorded. This isn't going on the calendar. This is unrecorded. This won't be the kind of caliber memory either of us mentions to anyone else. This is unrecorded, and that's where the actual self is allowed to live. The cool of the linen against the warm of the back. The temperature of the room drop into a 4 a.m. crack. The texture of your jacket on the chair where you left it. This is unrecorded. This isn't going on the calendar. This is unrecorded. This won't be the kind of caliber memory either of us mentions to anyone else. Unrecorded, and that's where the actual self is allowed to live. This is unrecorded, and the unrecorded is the only place. This is unrecorded, recorded, and unrecorded. Differ, and the difference is unrecorded.
4:53 on the kitchen clock. The kettle's starting to whistle slow. Your jacket's still on the chair. The night, unrecorded, kept in the only place it leaves.
Showing up is the joke, and the answer in the right vibe.
Unsure, the way a thunderstorm arrives in mid-July. The way a perfect day appears in late November to defy the forecast. You came through the entrance like weather without warning.
I remain in mourning.
Unscheduled, the way a thunderstorm arrives in mid-July. The way a perfect day appears in late November to defy the forecast. You came through the entrance like weather without warning.
11:48, the book I planned to read still on the table. 1:26, my carefully constructed evening definitively unstable. 3:47, your jacket on the back of the chair where mine had been. 4:09, and I'm not regretting a single moment of the scene. The unscheduled visitor is the punctuation of the otherwise drafted life, and the punctuation tonight was an exclamation of the right.
Unsure, the way a thunderstorm arrives in mid-July. The way a perfect day appears in late November to defy the forecast. You came through the entrance like weather without warning.
Remain in mourning.
The way a thunderstorm arrives in mid-July. The way a perfect day appears in late November to defy the forecast. You came through the entrance like weather without warning.
Remain in mourning.
The truth about scheduled lives is they leave no room for the unscheduled, which means they leave no room for the actual moments unjuggled by the calendar, which means the scheduled life is technically a sub-life of the actual life that occasionally happens against me. The unscheduled is the actual.
Unscheduled, the way a thunderstorm arrives in mid-July. The way a perfect day appears in late November to defy the forecast. You came through the entrance like weather without warning. Unscheduled, the actual, the rearranged counter overruled. The morning is strange from its planned position. Better.
The book on the table still, the kettle on the stove, your jacket on the chair, and the morning fully rearranged.
Bartender's hand reaches up to ring the bell, and every patron decides whether their night ends well. A jazz bar on the corner of two streets nobody mentions. 4 bartenders, 1 piano, 40 seats by the dimensions. The bell rings at 1:45. Last call announces every drink ordered after that is a choice the night pronounces. Picture the room at the moment the bell rings clear. Picture the silent assessment of who's near and who's leaving alone. And who's leaving alone. Lean in, the bell just rang. Order 1 more, leave alone. Lean in, the room narrows to whoever's tone, a voice you've been calibrating to all night. Lean in, last call, make the night right. Lean in, the bell just rang. Order 1 more. Lean in, the room Saturdays this winter. Always alone, always at the corner spot, always the printer of the same drink. The bartender knows my order without asking. And tonight at 1:38 a man stopped by my booth smasking. Asked if the seat was taken, I said no. We sat down deliberate, ordered the same drink I've been ordering. The appropriate move. And at 1:45 when the bell rang clear, we both ordered another and decided to stay here. Picture the bell as the catalyst of every committed evening. Picture me finally on the side of the staying, not the leaving. Oh, evening, the bell just rang. Order one more, leave alone. Lean in, the room narrows to whoever's tone, a voice you've been calibrating to all night. Lean in, last call, make the night right. Lean in, the bell just rang. Order one more, lean in, the room narrows to whoever's tone, a voice you've been calibrating to all night. Lean in, last call, make the night right. From now on, every bell is a decision I make immediately. Either I'm staying or I'm leaving, and I declare it cleanly. No more waiting for 15 minutes after the bell. The bell is the bell, the time to leave or dwell is the time the bell rings. And tonight I dwell, and the bartender approved of the way the choice was held. Lean in, the bell just rang. Order one more or leave alone. Lean in, the room narrows to whoever's tone, a voice you've been calibrating to all night. Lean in, last call, make the night right. Lean in, the bell just rang. Order one more. Lean in, ordered stay, the night conveying around the booth in the corner. Both of us, the bartender's hand reaches up to ring the bell. And tonight at 1:45 I leaned in, and so did he. Before midnight I'm professional, now I'm available. Before midnight I'm scheduled, now I'm unassailable. By the rules of the version of me that signs documents, off hours, and the woman who answers is the actual instrument. Before midnight I'm professional, now I'm available. Before midnight I'm scheduled, now I'm unassailable. By the rules of the version of me that signs documents, off hours, and the woman who answers is the actual instrument. A co-worker once described her after a closed door meeting. He said, she's exactly what you'd want at a board hearing. 3 months later, off the clock, he found out the other half said, I had no idea, and I won't pretend I have a graph for predicting which version any given person delivers after 10 p.m. when the work voice no longer shivers. Most colleagues only meet the daytime register. Off hours is a privilege I've kept under the calendar's blister. Before midnight I'm professional, now I'm available. Before midnight I'm scheduled, now I'm unassailable. By the rules of the version of me that signs documents, off hours, and the woman who answers is the actual instrument. Yeah. Before midnight I'm professional, now I'm available. Before midnight I'm scheduled, now I'm unassailable. By the rules of the version of me that signs documents, off hours, and the woman who answers is the extra instrument. 11:58 on a Friday, the work version still active. 12:01 and the transition is essentially radioactive. The voice drops, the syntax loosens, the references shift. Off hours and only certain people get to lift the curtain on this particular performance. Most colleagues never meet the off hours register, and that's not gatekeeping, that's the actual ledger. He said, I wanna know the off-hours version of you. I said, that's a request that requires several follow-throughs. He said, I'm prepared to follow through. I said, the off-hours version is the version that answers questions like that. He said, so this is her. I said, this is her. He said, pleased to meet you. Before midnight I'm professional. Now I'm available. Before midnight I'm scheduled. Now I'm myself. By the rules of the version of me that signs documents. Off hours and the woman who answers is the actual instrument. Yeah, I'm professional. Scheduled. Distant now available. Unassailable. Instant. Off hours. Pleased to meet you.
Did the coworker ever realize there were two versions? Or do most people stop at the first impressions?
The day demands a paper at the end with a final page. The day demands an editor who decides what to assuage. The day demands a deadline at the close of the publication. The day demands an evening edition. That's the demand of the nation. 6 p.m. used to be the cutoff. Copy, lock, layout, final. The presses started at 6:15. The trucks pulled out by line of 7. Deliveries done by 9. The city's verdict published. And then the news was over. The day's narrative established. Where is the editor who decides what we're done discussing? Where is the deadline that dignifies the news from cussing itself out forever? The day demands a paper at the end with a final page. The day demands an editor who decides what to assuage. The day demands a deadline at the close of the publication. The day demands an evening edition. That's the demand of the nation. Who demands a paper at the end with a final page? With a final page. The day demands an editor who decides what to assuage. The day demands a deadline at the close of the publication. With a publication. The day demands an evening edition. That's the demand of the nation. Who decided the news wouldn't end at 6 anymore? Who decided the paper would dissolve into the more? Continuous rhythm of unedited reading. Was that decision yours? Was it mine? Was it preceded?
shadow, the kind cast at low angles. I am the version of myself that the late afternoon strangles. Out of the body when the sun is low enough to elongate. I am the long shadow, and I'm not exaggerating, not exaggerating. A November afternoon, the sun at 20 degrees off the horizon. Walking east on the sidewalk, my own shadow, longer than I'm in. Stretched 20 feet ahead, dark and thinner against the pavement. An exaggerated version of myself, moving in advancement. I should be more compact than this, the body's actual size. Instead I'm extended, that's the truth of the late skies. I should look the way the body looks in the noon sun. Instead I'm exaggerated, and the exaggeration's not undone. Ooh, the passers-by on the same sidewalk had shadows just as long. Each of us trailing a stretched version of ourselves along the November pavement, the city full of elongated selves, and the actual people walking packledly between the shelves of who they actually were. And the long, the kind cast a low angle. I am the version of myself that the late afternoon strangled. Out of the body when the sun is low enough to elongate. I am the long shadow, and I'm not exaggerating. I am the long shadow, the kind cast at low angle. The version of myself that the late afternoon strangled. Out of the body when the sun is low enough to elongate. I am the long shadow, and I'm not exaggerating. An old leather-bound diary in my mother's attic, dated 1978. She'd written, "The long shadow of the November sun is mine, not I late." But true, I was 12 when I read that for the first time. Didn't understand it 20 years later. It's the rhyme of every walk I take east in the autumn afternoon. She'd known, she'd seen herself in the elongated soon of her own pavement walk, and she'd written it down for me without knowing she was writing it for me eventually. Ooh, I am the long shadow, the kind cast at low, angle. The version of myself that the late afternoon strangled. That the late afternoon strangled. When the sun is low enough to elongate. I am the long shadow, and I'm not exaggerating. The long shadow, the elongated. I am the late November that activated. The version of myself, true and low angles. The diary back on the attic shelf. The November sun setting at 4:53. My shadow ahead of me, walking east, and me eventually catching up to where my mother had already arrived.
second on average. And now I means roughly 216,000 grains in passage. From the upper bulb to the lower one, no faster, no slower. An hourglass is a deal you make with the patience grower. Most of life is sand, falling at a rate you can't accelerate. And the hourglass keeps it on a schedule. That's the punchline of the phrase. Turn the hourglass over, turn it over, watch the sand. Turn the hourglass over, turn it over, understand. The hour's gonna take an hour regardless of your patience. Turn the hourglass over and let the time deliver its day. Turn the hourglass over, turn it over, watch the sand. Turn the hourglass over, turn it over, understand. The hour's gonna take an hour regardless of your patience. Turn the hourglass over and let the time deliver its statements. I bought one at a flea market in Lisbon for 80 euros even. Brought it back, set it on the shelf. Never quite believing I'd actually sit and watch it run. But tonight at 10 p.m. I turned it once and watched the entire 60 minutes again. Most lives perform impatience as a virtue. That's the irony. The hourglass is the punchline of every productivity ceremony. Turn it over, turn it over, understand. The hour's gonna take an hour regardless of your patience. Turn the hourglass over and let the time deliver its statement. Turn it over, turn it over. The hourglass over, turn it over, understand. The hour's gonna take an hour regardless of your patience. Turn the hourglass over and let the time deliver. The whisper of grain against grain in the narrow neck, the faint click of glass on the wooden shelf where I sit. The breath I'm taking longer than I usually take. Taking out glass. Turn it over, turn it over, turn it over. And watch. Check.
A supersaturated solution can't hold more solute than seems possible. Until something tips it, and then it crystallizes. Irrepressible.
6 months of dissolved tension in the solution of my Tuesdays. More frustration than the volume could chemically support always. And then a single moment, a small disturbance, a tap on the glass, and the entire solution crystallized at once across the brass. I should have crystallized weeks earlier. The solution was saturated. I should have stopped pretending the dissolved state was anticipated. But supersaturation can hold for a long time. Crystallize, crystallize past the saturation line. Crystallize, crystallize. The solution becomes a structure. Crystallize. offhand sentence in the lobby about my schedule and the solution that had been holding mostly stable for months, tipped immediately into crystal formation. 3 minutes after the trigger, I was making my declaration. I should have stayed dissolved for the company picnic next month. I should have managed the saturation longer for the sake of the front. But super saturation has a limit. Oh, crystallize, crystallize past the saturation line. Crystallize, crystallize. The solution becomes the structure. Crystallize, and that's the actual rupture. And that's the actual rupture. I'm filing the resignation tomorrow morning at 9. I'm writing the email tonight and saving the line. I'm meeting with HR at 11 and presenting the form. I'm walking out by noon past every storm of opinion that's about to crystallize around the announcement. I won't be available for the calls of the disappointment. Oh, I will, however, be available for the next position. Crystallize, finally into the actual disposition. Crystallize, the moment everything aligns. Past the saturation line. Crystallize, the solution becomes a structure. Crystallize, and that's the actual rupture. Crystallize, done, form, set, the solution to the structure. The bed, crystallize. Done. A craftswoman in Iceland felt swooped by hand with hot water and pressure. The fibers locked together permanently. That's the felting measure. Once felt it, the wool can't be unfelted. The process is one directional, like certain experiences I've had with the actual functional. Wool can be carded, spun, woven, and undone with effort. Felted wool has crossed the threshold. That's the punchline expert. Felt hard and felt with conviction. Felt all the way through. The fibers like the structure holds the form is true. Felt it is the word for the version that won't undo. Felt like hold the form is who I am. The form is who I am. The form is who I am. Felt hard and felt with conviction. Felt all the way through. The fibers like the structure holds the form is true. Felt it is a word for the version that won't undo. Felt like cold. The form is who I am. The form is who I am. No, the form is who I am. The pressure plus the heat plus the time equals the irreversible. The fibers entangle past the point of being indivisible, and what comes out is denser, sturdier, fundamentally itself. Felt it, and the felted version doesn't go back on the shelf. Wool dreams of being yarned, and yarn dreams of being woven. Felted wool is past the dream
blanket on the bed, the wool locked into its final form, heavy and finally warm.
Down here, the top shelf up there, and the difference is who's allowed to compare. August humidity in the city, the bar finally cool with the AC, the bartender wiping down the counter with the practice velocity of a Tuesday closer. Who's done this for 15 years? I sat down, ordered top shelf, and adjusted my career. Picture the well bottles down here, accessible, pourable, fast. Picture the top shelf up there, a quay on the reach to last. Down here is the well, up there is the top shelf. Down here is the everyday, up there is the self. I've been hiding for years, the better version of the poor. Down here, up there, the question is which floor. Down here is the well, up there is the top shelf. Down here is the everyday, up there is the self. I've been hiding for years, the better version of the poor. Down here, up there, the question is which floor, which floor. I used to order the well, watch the bartender dispense without ceremony. I developed a tolerance for the cheaper version of the harmony. Now I order top shelf, watch the reach, watch the slow pour, and tip accordingly, because the bartender deserves the rapport. Picture the well, picture the cheap, picture the easily reached, picture the top shelf, the climb, the version that's preached by the bartender. Who knows the difference? Down here is the well, up there is the top shelf. Down here is the everyday, up there is the self. I've been hiding for years, the better version of the poor. Down here, up there, the question is which floor. Down here is the well, up there is the top shelf. Down here is the everyday, up there is the self. I've been hiding for years, the better version of the poor. Down here, up there, the question is which floor. The cool of the lacquer counter under my forearms, the ice cracking in the new glass with the proper alarms, the smooth heft of the heavy crystal versus the lightweight rocks, the deliberate breath of the bartender between locks of attention on the pour, and the temperature dropping as the bottle from the top shelf comes down, finally stopping. Down here is the well, the top shelf. Down here is the everything, up there is the self. I've been hiding for years, the better version of the poor. Down here, up there, the question is floor. Down here, up there, top shelf chosen. Down here, well left for the unfrozen. Top shelf from now on. Which version of yourself have you been settling for? And what would it take to ask for the upper floor? Score, score, score. The markings on the page. Score, score, score. The way the music will be stayed. Every rest, Every tempo decision, score the document of the actual incision of intention. Score, score, score the markings on the page. Score, score, score the way the music will be stayed. Every rate, every rest, every tempo decision, score the document of the actual incision of intention. 23 measures into the conversation, I noticed the score. You've been reading me from a chart, I hadn't been keeping a more sophisticated version of every pause was marked piano, every emphasis fortissimo, and you memorize the entire piano. Reduction of my actual repertoire. What kind of person comes to a first meeting having scored you? What kind of attention does the level of preparation accrue? Score, score. Ooh, the markings on the page. Score, score, score. The way the music will be staged. Everybody, every rest, every tempo decision. Score the document of the actual incision of intention. Score, score, score. The markings on the page. Score, score, score. The way the music will be staged. Every minute, every rest, every tempo decision. Score the document of the actual incision of intention.
He done his homework, that's the kind way of putting it. He'd actually read the score, that's the technical jutting it out at the proper distance. Every entrance prepared, every transition rehearsed. The conductor's actual aired out methodology. And I, the soloist, hadn't expected to be performing a piece this rigorously connected to an actual score. Most for states are Ravanna CGs. He brought the air can shoe parts, that's the actual relations.
Funny how I'd always claim to wanna be properly understood, and then someone showed up with the markings I'd been should have written down years ago. Funny how the score he brought wasn't even from anyone else's piece. He composed it himself based on 3 conversations, a release with me at the gallery opening last spring. 3 short exchanges and he'd written an entire score. Every dawn and the strangest markings, subtle voce. At the moment I lowered my voice to tell him about my mother. He'd noticed and made the choice to mark it down. Every tempo decision, score the document of the actual incision of intention. Score, score, score it. Markings that mix tempo feet. I'd been waiting for someone to bring the parts. I said, how did you know to mark subtle bullshit there? He said you'd quiet it, so I quieted too. I said nobody's done that before. He said nobody's marked it down. Adjacent placements, tile, grout, glass, marble mortar. The deliberate engagement of one piece next to the next without overlap or gap. Mosaic, and you're the kind of patience I've been holding for. piece of antique mosaic in the museum's third floor wing. Roman 2nd century, the kind of work that takes a king to commission and a year of labor to complete and mount. I stood there for 40 minutes, counting the careful amount of consideration that went into each individual placement. Did you put me together one piece at a time on purpose? Did you understand the patience the form required to surface? Tile, grout, glass, marble, more careful adjacent placement. Tile, grout, glass, marble, mortar. Deliberate engagement of one piece next to the next without overlap or gap. Mosaic, and you're the kind of patience I've been holding for the lab. Tile, grout, glass, marble, mortar. The careful adjacent placement. Tile, grout, glass, marble, mortar. Deliberate engagement of one piece next to the next without overlap or gap. Mosaic, and you're the kind of patience I've been holding for the lab. Each time someone tells me I'm taking too long to know somebody, I mention the Roman mosaic, the year of labor, the lobby of the museum where I spent 40 minutes. The patience required. Mosaic. Next time, slow placement is the kind I admired and actually want. Glass, marble, mortar. The careful adjacent placement. Ground, glass, marble, mortar. Deliberate engagement. One piece next to the next without overlap or gap. A mosaic, and you're the kind of patience I've been wanting in the lab. Each tile chosen, each piece placed without rushing the design. Months of meeting and the form is starting to align into a picture I couldn't see at piece 3 or piece 30. Mosaic. And we're not finished, but I can see the certainty. Glass, marble, mortar. And the Roman mosaic still on the 3rd floor in us. Several months in, still placing. Trying not to admit it, are we all editing in real time without permit? Are we all wishing the other version had a final form when the rough draft is the only one and the form is a storm? Are we all rough drafts? Trying not to admit it, are we all editing in real time without permit? Are we all wishing the other version had a final form when the rough draft is the only one? And the form is the storm. And the form is the storm. He said, I should warn you, I'm a rough draft of a person right now. I said, I should warn you, so am I. And that's not somehow, yeah, gonna change in the next 18 months. I've been in revision for the entire last decade, and the document is a perpetual decision. He said, I'm working through some chapters that aren't fully consistent. I said the chapters I've revised, most are still the most resistant to closure, and I think I'm fine with that. And I think you should be fine with it too, because the polished version is the misunderstood version. Frankly, what's the punchline of waiting for someone to be finished?
finished. There isn't one, the finished version is the diminished. What's the punchline of dating someone's eventual final form? There isn't one, the final form is the lukewarm. Are we all rough drafts? Just trying not to Are we all editing in real time without permit? Are we all wishing the other version had a final form when the rough draft is the only one and the form is a storm? Not to admit it. Are we all editing in real time without permit? Are we all wishing the other version had a final form when the rough draft is the only one and the form is a storm? The smell of the coffee shop where we first traded these admissions, the hum of the ventilation, the cracked leather of the booth commissions, the light coming through the front window at 4:30 in October, your hand on the table tracing a circle on the wood, the sober reality of two adults who'd stop pretending we'd be polished, the taste of the coffee you'd ask them to brew slightly stronger, the cool of the metal table edge, the warmth of the booth's longer cushion beneath us, and the rough draft of the rest of the year. Draft is the only one and the form is the storm. Rough draft, both of us admit it. Editing in real time, committed to the form being the storm, and the storm being wild. Coffee shop at 4:30 in October, the cracked leather, the slightly stronger coffee, your hand tracing a circle on the wood. Both rough drafts, both staying. A net, not a nest, that's what I built around you. Catching, not housing, that's what I made me do. I thought I was being protected when I was actually trapping. A net, not a nest, and I'm the one who ended up napping. A nest, that's what I built around you. Catching, not housing, that's what I made me do. I thought I was being protected when I was actually trapping. A net, not a nest, and I'm the one who ended up napping. Inside the netting, a fisherman in the harbor mends his net before the dawn. Each gap inspected, each weak point reinforced with the brawn of someone who knows the cash depends on the integrity of the weave. And I'd been weaving with the same severity. A nest is woven from the inside, designed for the bird who lived there. A net is woven from the outside, designed for the catch, competitive. I've been calling my work a nest while the structure said net, and the difference is who the architecture actually was set to benefit. Let me restate the situation for the record. I was the fisherman and the fish was also me, I'm the regret. Let me restate the situation for the audience. The net I cast caught me, that's the conclusive proof. A net, not a nest, that's what I built around you. Catching, not housing, that's what I made me do. I thought I was being protected when I was actually trapping. A net, not a nest, and I'm the one who ended up. That, not a nest, that's what I built around you. Catching, not housing, that's what I made me do. I thought I was being protected when I was actually trapping. A net, not a nest, and I'm the one who ended up. Funny how the same hands who made a net for the harbor are the hands that wove the trap for the carrier. Funny how protection and capture are the same gesture, performed with different intent and a different texture. Funny how I called it love when I was casting wider. Funny how I called it care when I was tightening the rider. On every clause, funny how the catch was always gonna be the fisherman who sells
space on the map? Why did she write unknown across the gap? Why is the most honest part of any chart the part she didn't fill? Why is the unmapped territory the actual frontier of will? No map of the city in the back room of the antique store, drawn in 1906, ink slightly fading on the floor of the page. Most neighborhoods labeled with their proper names, but 3 blocks east of the river blank the cartographer's claims. Picture the cartographer at her desk in 1906. Ooh, picture her deciding what to include in the mix. Blank space on the map. Why did she write unknown? Why did she write unknown? Oh no, across the gap. Oh, why is the most honest part of any chart the part she didn't fill? Why is the unmapped territory the actual frontier? Why did the photographer leave a blank space on the map? Why did she write unknown? Why did she write unknown across the gap? Why is the most honest part of any chart the part she didn't fill? The actual why is the unmapped territory the actual frontier of will? Cartographers in the early 20th century made deliberate choices. Some areas of the city were mapped with intricate voices, others left intentionally blank, labels simply unsurveyed. And the unsurveyed wasn't ignorance, it was the essay decision that some territory shouldn't be officially documented. Some streets shouldn't be made findable by the implemented authority of the map. And that's the kind of mercy the cartographer chose the gaps as deliberately as the city. The funny thing is the unmapped neighborhood thrived because nobody from the official side arrived to survey, regulate, develop, or ultimately tame. The unmapped became the most interesting frame on me, on the entire city. Why did the cartographer she didn't fill? The actual why is the unmapped territory the actual frontier of war. She said, I'm the cartographer of my own life now. I said, which part will you marry? She said, only the parts I want findable. I said, and the rest. She said, blank, on purpose. the actual answer. Bees on the rooftop, that's the human cancer. Being asked what I'm doing with my evenings now. I keep bees on the rooftop, and they teach me how. Bees on the rooftop, that's the actual answer. Bees on the rooftop, that's the human cancer. Being asked what I'm doing with my evenings now. I keep bees on the rooftop, teach me how. The hum of 40,000 workers when I lift the lid. The temperature of the hive maintained at 95 amid the cold of the November air on the rooftop where I stand. Wearing the suit, the smoker in my left, the hive tool in my right hand. Bees don't perform, they execute the function they were assigned by the queen's pheromones and the work the colony defined. I've been performing for years before I started keeping bees. Now I execute the function, Apiary keeper with bees. That's the actual answer. Bees on the roof, that's the human cancer. That's what I'm doing with my evenings now. Bees on the roof, and they teach me how. That's the actual answer. Bees on the roof, that's the human cancer. That's what I'm doing with my evenings now. Bees on the roof. Next time someone asks how I'm doing, I'll say the bees are good. Next time someone offers me a drink at a work event, I'll say I should get back to the rooftop before the sun fully sets, the calmer at dusk. Next time the conversation turns to my single status with a husk of pity attached, I'll redirect to the queen who replaced herself last August without any drama, and we all kept her on the shelf of the operation. The moment everyone realizes the bees are not a metaphor, is the moment I get my evenings back to the floor. That's the actual answer. That's the human cancer. Being asked what I'm doing with my evenings now, and they teach me how. Sexual care, 40,000 workers, queen will slay, and I'm the keeper, honestly, yeah, yeah. Gaze on the rooftop, that's the actual answer. And the hum continues after everyone goes home. Just me, yeah, and the colony, yeah. A silver ring at the back of my mother's jewelry box, stamped on the inside band with the maker's hallmark, hand-cocked. I held it under the magnifier and read the smaller say off a stamp, London, Sterling, 1892. The documented run. Did I know my own hallmark before I started searching? Did I know it just say off a SideB certified emerging from stamping my own hallmark on the inside of the band, stamping my own date and essay in the specific land of origin, declaring, certifying, marking, committing, stamping my own hallmark, the version I'm permitting, stamping my own hallmark on the inside. declaring, certifying, marking, committing, stamping my own hallmark, the version I'm permitted. Stamping my own hallmark on the inside of the band, stamping my own date and essay in a specific land of origin, declaring, certifying, marking, committing, stamping my own hallmark, the version I'm permitted. I say office test the metal, certifies the purity applies, the mark that says this past, this is sterling, no lies about the alloy beneath the surface. And I've been running my own assay office for the past few months. They be coming. Did I trust someone else's mark on my interior band? Did I accept their certification of my actual stand on myself? Stamping my own hallmark on the inside of the band, stamping my own date and essay in the specific land of origin, declaring, certifying, marking, committing, stamping my own hallmark, the version I'm permitted. Stamping my own hallmark on the inside of the band, stamping my own date and essay in the specific land of origin, declaring, certifying, marking, committing, stamping my own hallmark, the version I'm permitting. The jeweler said, do you want me to add a new mark? I said yes. The date of my own initials, neither dark. He said, in the essay office. I said my own, I'm certifying myself from now on. He said, I never put that kind of mark on a ring. Stamping my own hallmark, date, essay, origin, self-certified, self-committed within the interior band of my own becoming mark. The ring on the velvet pad, the hallmark stamp prepared, the jeweler's hand steady as the new mark is shared onto the inside of the band beneath the essay from 1890 to the modern edition stage.